South African defense spending had been reduced to less than 3% of gross domestic product and less than 10% of total government spending. A number of economic plans from the RDP to the NDP reflect a shift towards a focus on social spending and a diminishing focus on defense expenditure. From the development in these plans, the shift to social spending is apparent. More evident, perhaps, is a clear decline in the inclusion of defense matters in broad economic planning. This fits with the overall decline in defense interest on a number of levels in South Africa, including economically, socially, and even academically. It is therefore possible that the country has reached a point requiring urgent in-depth debate around the envisaged roles and functions of the South African National Defence Force and how this fits with broader macroeconomic planning. The only post-1994 period of increased expenditure was around in 1999, the Strategic Defence Procurement Package. The Strategic Defence Procurement Package focused primarily on the SA Air Force and Navy, meaning that amid low defense allocation, little funds are left for the upgrading of South African Army equipment and the maintenance of equipment procured during the SDPP. On the other hand, operational commitments expanded after 2001 as South Africa took on regional and continental security obligations, and of late, the Defence Force has undertaken extensive internal operations. These operations have implications for force strength and design. The resulting disconnect between defense funding and operational commitment has compounded funding challenges within the Defence Force, leading to inadequate funding support for modernization, capital acquisition, research and development, and even for routine maintenance, repair and overhaul of equipment and system. Going forward, the situation surrounding capital acquisition for the SNDF is likely to remain under pressure. During a briefing to the committee of the Portfolio Committee on Defense and Military Veterans in Parliament on the 26th August 2020, the Department of Defense indicated continued reduction in capital acquisition capacity through the reduction of the Special Defense Force account. This therefore puts under pressure existing acquisitions, such as those under Project Bureau and the Project Hotel, as well as any future acquisition projects. National Treasury, for example, declined a parliamentary recommendation on the ring fencing of additional funding for the midlife upgrades of the SA Navy's frigates and submarines. These matters will require further engagement by the committee that I chair. Despite the stagnating budget, the management of the DoD's budgetary allocation also requires scrutiny to ensure that funds are effectively used. This is evident from the Auditor General's findings, which notes several cases of irregular expenditure. The committee I chair continues to monitor these cases and to ensure that the DoD puts in place measures to curb irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Going forward, Parliament is required to thoroughly engage and approve the defense budget annually, and will do so again this term. Key to these engagements will be the ongoing need to find a balance between the social spending needs of the country and the requirement for a fit-for-purpose SADF capable of fulfilling its constitutional requirements. The current developments in Mozambique's Cabo Delgado province again demonstrates the need for states to maintain a capable defense force that can respond to security threats. The development and maintenance of such a force should, however, be balanced with the broader social needs of the state. The question facing South Africa, defense expenditure is whether or not the balance has been tipped in the wrong direction. The current declining defense allocation, as well as the utilization of funds by the DoD, demand renewed debates. However, defense expenditure and allocation requires broader debate outside Parliament, including in academia and specifically in civil society. This desire for direction is also evident from the DoD itself, with the Minister of Defense, Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula, noting in her 2019 budget speech that, I quote, "South Africa must decide on the defense force they want," close quote. The SEMIS-SILGA webinar on the 2021 defense budget is therefore a step in the right direction to bring together all interested parties in unpacking the budget and the way forward. Crucially, however, this should only represent the first step in broader efforts to engage all role players in determining the path to a sustainable, cost-effective, and capable SANDF. I thank you, colleagues. I thank you very much, Program Director, for the opportunity.
Sir, thank you so much for your valuable background and the insights that you have shared with us, and also for the valuable work that you do in Parliament in terms of governance. So we are very fortunate, actually. We are a little bit ahead of time, so that is a good thing. Allow me, please, then to introduce our first speaker, who is Dr. Nina Taylor. She holds a PhD in economics from the University of Fort Hare, and we are very fortunate to call her a colleague here at the Faculty of Military Science. So, Dr. Taylor, please, you can start with your presentation, and she will be taking our conversation further on the topic of the defence and the South African economy and the necessity of looking through a wider lens. Thank you. Dr. Taylor, you are muted.
Apologies. Good afternoon, and thank you to everyone for the opportunity. Before I load my slides, I just wanted to explain what my key here is, and that is to look at defence expenditure, but also look at it in terms of economics as a whole and what's happening with other economic factors.
Dr. Taylor, just let me intervene. Commander Gray McGregor, may I ask you to please mute your mic and switch off your video? Okay, Dr. Taylor.
Okay. I'm going to put my camera off. I hope that everyone can hear as well as see the screen. So what I'm going to speak about is looking at defence expenditure in South Africa, but looking at it in relation to a wider lens, because I think so often when we look at defence expenditure and we know the concerns in terms of it, we don't always look at it in terms of other economic factors as well. And these are things that really do affect us. So my key discussion points are that in terms of defense, one of the key functions is to maintain what we call a standing army or defense force. And I've put that in inverted commas because there are many debates in terms of what is a standing army or defense force. And this then has its key functions in terms of protecting the territory as well as peacekeeping. But we also know that we also, Defence Force has budget constraints. And this in itself will actually have an impact on how we can actually maintain a standing army as well as the Defence Force. So in terms of defence, we need to also consider and see it in terms of the wider economic outlook, because we need to also understand and see what is happening within the economy. And do we have growth in the economy? What's happening in terms of growth in the economy? Because if we have growth, then we have increased revenue, which then has this trickle effect of giving us more revenue towards defence as well as other public expenditures. So what is our South African conditions at the moment and for the last few years in terms of growth? And that's really what my presentation will also focus on. And so what we'll look at is in terms of economic growth, what is our climate, and look at it in terms of defence. So if I'm now on my slide 4, which just gives an overview of what my presentation will look at. I'm going to look at composition of government expenditure and focus specifically on defence and look at defence expenditure compared to other public expenditures. In addition, I'm going to look at current economic indicators and also look at a rising problem in terms of the rising debt to GDP ratio, because one of the issues that we face is that that we still have to pay back our debt to GDP ratio, and that takes away something from expenditure on defence. Right. On my slide 5, I'm just basically discussing the 2020 budget in terms of our maintenance on repairs, which is expected to decrease. We're trying to introduce new revenue streams to assist the defence assets and to and also looking at the UN as part of our peace supporting operation. So these are different things that we've looked in terms of the budget trend. But what I want to focus on is going on to my next slide, which is slide 6. And what this shows is my data I obtained from the World Development Indicators. And what this looks at is the South African Armed Forces as a percent of total labor participation. And what that labor participation is specifically those in South Africa that are willing and seeking work. And the trend we can see is that especially from 1994, we had an increase, and we can see how that has declined. So we can see that armed forces as a total labor participation has declined quite dramatically after 1998, and the trend of that has sort of continued into 2018. I'm now on slide 7, and this is also important because here we look at the public expenditure on different public sectors. And if you look at the last column in terms of average growth from 2019, 2020 and expected, and we look at peace and security, you can see that peace and security is 2.2%. So the growth in terms of the allocation to defense is much smaller than all the other allocations because it's only 2.2%. However, what I want to highlight here, as I will still also, is that that growth of 2.2% from the 2019 to 2022 doesn't just mean defense, it's also including that peace and security is also policing, the courts, and other security functions. Okay. I'm now on slide 8. I don't know if I must reload my slides.
we should just keep up with what you're doing. If you could just keep on telling which slide you are working with. I did see
Okay.
one or two comments.
At the moment, I'm on slide 8. And what slide 8 shows is the growth in spending, that's government spending on each of the factors. And the top one shows the debt service cost. And that we can see is 12.3. So it's much higher compared to all of the other sectors. We then have economic development, community development, health, and we can see peace and security is the lowest, which is 2.2. And as I tried to say earlier, that peace and security must be understood that it's not just defense, it's actually defense and state security, it's police services, it's law courts and prisons, and it's home affairs. So what's given to defense is even smaller than that 2.2. But one of the issues is the debt service cost, because out of South Africa's revenue that we receive, a portion of that, actually the most portion at the moment, is that 12.3, which goes to debt service cost. And so that is a concern in terms of the future, because if more goes to our debt service cost, then less can be allocated to the other functions. I'm now on slide 9. And slide 9, this is just showing, similar to what I've been showing, but this is in billions. And again, we can see the peace and security, which seems in billions very similar to community development, economic development. But remember that the peace and security includes law courts, home affairs, police services. I just wanted to move now to slide 10. This shows the proportion of the millions that are going to defense and state security. And what I want to focus on is the last column, because this is showing now the growth allocation to each. And we've spoke about peace and security, the growth was 2.2. But within that growth, defense, we can see, had a negative growth of minus 0.2. And if you compare it to the other functions here, being police services, more was allocated in terms of 2.8 to police services. Law and courts had an increase of 3.5 and home affairs 1.8. However, defense and state security has actually, the expenditure, we've got a reduced budget of 0.2. I'm now going to slide 11. And what I did here was I looked at government spending, and I have just selected a few of the public sectors, being defense. And defense is the red line. Education, this is in rand millions over time, from 1994 all the way to 2020, we can see education, especially from 2005, has increased dramatically. We can see very similar in terms of the blue dotted line is health, the green is public order, and then defense is that red line at the bottom. So we can see in rand millions, the proportions that are actually given of government spending to each of the different public sectors. What I've done in slide 12 is I've tried to take education out and see what's happened in terms of health, public order, and transport. And we can see very similar, the red line at the bottom is defense. So even though, and this is on actual nominal amounts given to defense, that it's increased, but very, very low rate. And the slide I want to focus on is slide 13. And this slide 13 shows our defense expenditure to total government spending. And this shows that from 1994, that defense expenditure hasn't just decreased, but it's also been quite a drastic decrease. and continues to decrease. On slide 14, what I did now was I included other public expenditures as well, just to compare. For example, the purple line is education. So what I've looked here at is government spending on education as to total government spending. And then again, the red line is defense. So what we can see here is the blue line, the light blue line, is health expenditure to total. The green line is public order, and the pink line there is transport. Yes, transport we can only see from about 1995. That was because that was when we only were able to get the data. But what is important to see in this observation is how all of the other public sectors have received a small amount or marginal increase in each of them according to priorities, but defense expenditure to total government expenditure continues to decrease, and it's the only one of these that has actually continued to decrease dramatically. I'm now moving to slide 15. And what I wanted to show here was just basically in terms of the actual economic performance, because we know and we've seen that defense expenditure continues to decrease. However, what is also important is our actual growth. And here we've got our real GDP growth from 2016 projected to 2022, and we can see that it is relatively low. We're looking at figures of about 0.4 in 2016 to 1.6 in 2022. So we have relatively low growth, which means that we can't gain the additional revenue unless our economy is growing. And even though we know that at the moment we're sitting in a pandemic, our growth before the pandemic was very low. And what I have, the other figures that I have is household consumption, gross fixed capital formation, that is domestic investment, exports and imports. And these are all the factors that are actually, we rely on to grow our economy. So we expect consumption to be higher, investment to be higher, our exports to be higher in order to grow economy. But we can see that our economy just in this period hasn't been performing very well. So we need to also look at increasing our household consumption, specifically also our domestic investment, because it's relatively low. Our exports as a whole, we can see, are also quite low. But I think the only thing where we okay with, and that has been for a while, is our CPI inflation, because we've tried to keep that between the 3 and 6% band, which we've been able to do. But the concern is our low investment, our trade performance overall. I'm now moving to slide 16, and this is the other concern in the economy, is our confidence in terms of our private investment. And what we see is the maroon line is your private investment, and the gray line here is our business confidence. And the problem is, we can see over time the business confidence in South Africa, as well as our downgrading, it doesn't really assist our economy, because these are things that affect our domestic investment as well as our ability to trade and export. Right. What I've looked at in slide 17 is this is our GDP growth. So this is our growth rate in percentage over time. And I've mapped this from 1961 all the way to 2018. And we can see that even though we had some positive growth in the 2000s, where we even between 2003 and 5 had about 4 to 6% growth, that after 2008, especially after 2012, our growth the concern is that it's actually been decreasing and declining, excuse me, below 2%. And that is a concern because we can't gain more revenue if we don't have more growth. This now shows our export growth. This is slide 18. And in terms of our exports, the sudden decline 2009, we see by 2009, that was due to the financial crisis. And because this was felt in other parts of the world because their incomes were reduced, we weren't able to export to our main trading partners. But we can also see in terms of our export performance that after 2012, it's also been declining. And that is a concern as well. On slide 19, I'm now looking at our fixed capital formation to GDP as well as gross savings. And as I showed with the other concern is that our recent growth has been relatively low. Our recent trade has been relatively low. So in order for South Africa to gain more revenue to allocate to different public sectors, we need to really look at all of these other factors. What we have, the red line, is savings, and our gross savings to GDP has also been declining, and our gross capital formation is also relatively low. We can't always rely on FDI or foreign direct investment. We also need to increase our fixed capital formation. On slide 20, what I'm looking at here is our unemployment rate. And the red line is these individuals that have basic education. Then the green is the people that have got intermediate education, and our blue is advanced education. The concern, especially in terms of advanced education, is that from 2008, we see that these individuals are actually, the unemployment with these individuals is actually increasing. And so what we can interpret from this is that we need to really look in terms of employment of our youth and as also individuals who have attained advanced education. On slide 21, what I've looked at here is total education compared to the youth unemployment. So the total unemployment is the blue line and our youth unemployment is the red line. And this is a concern because our youth are basically your future taxpayers. They're your future laborers and productivity of our country. But we can see that youth unemployment is also extremely high. All right, on slide 22, what I've looked at here is our our government revenue compared to our expenditure. And we can see that in terms of our balanced budget, we've had a negative balanced budget, but we've tried to keep it low. However, we can see that this is increasing. In addition, if we look at your expenditure, especially that in between 2020 and 2021, our government expenditure is continually increasing. And our 2022 to 23, we're looking at government expenditure of 34.9%, while revenue is only 29.2%. And what's happening here is that this gap between your government expenditure and your revenue is continually increasing, which puts us in a slightly dangerous position. Okay, on slide 23, what I've looked at here is I've mapped out our government debt to GDP, and we can see that from 1996, we had policies that were trying to reduce our government debt to GDP, and we were able to curtail this a little bit in 2005, 2006. However, after 2009, we can see that this has started to increase at an increasing rate, which is a concern in terms of our indicators. Right, so my conclusions, I'm now on slide 24, is that the defense budget has dramatically decreased since the 1990s, and that this has actually placed a great deal of pressure on our armed forces, especially to maintain what we refer to as a standing army. At the same time, the defense budget needs to be viewed in the context of the broader South African economy. And the focus needs to be placed on maintaining our economic environment. So, yes, there are debates in terms of within maintaining our defense budget and what to do and allocations within, but there also needs to focus, we need to look at the defense budget in relation to growth and revenue allocations. And the recommendation is that we need to keep an eye on and focus on reducing our debt to GDP ratio and reducing this gap between government spending and revenue, and try to avoid or try to get out of a credit downgrading. Thank you for listening to me and the presentation and the opportunity. I thank you.
Dr. Taylor, excellent use of your time. I mean, it wasn't even necessary for me to remind you. So thanks for that.
Thank you very much. I used my time economically.
I see.
Thank you.
There's some advantages to be an economist. Okay. So I just want to remind our colleagues and our guests, you are more than welcome. If you have any questions, just to share them in the chat function so that we can collect the questions when we get to the question and answering time. So I want to thank Dr. Taylor here for a very sobering presentation, I think, and just showing the wider lens and all these complexities that we actually need to consider when we do look at the budget. So now I have the opportunity to hand over to Dr. Moses Kanyile, who is he's going to be the first discussant. And he is currently the director at the Center for Military Studies, also another colleague here at the Military Academy. Dr. Kanyile, welcome. Thank you. And the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Program Director, Dr. Nell, Chairperson of the Joint Standing Committee on Defense, Honorable Mr. V.C. Xaba, honorable members of Parliament, the Dean of the Faculty of Military Science, Professor Etsetla, generals, admirals, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My assignment is quite tricky, very complex, very demanding, especially following the presentation of an economist with all the numbers and all the graphs and so on. Thanks to Dr. Taylor, because what she has presented is providing sobering thoughts in terms of what this defense budget entails and how we should actually look at the defense budget within a broader framework. So what I'm going to do is basically to discuss her presentation within the context. I hope you can see my presentation. Program Director, is it
yes,
visible on your side?
The presentation is visible. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. On her presentation, what I would like to do is just to reflect on that presentation and somehow give an input in terms of some of the alternative approaches in terms of this defense budget dilemma and the debate that is underway. And I propose to do that by making some brief introductory remarks, then some highlights and observations on what Dr. Taylor has said, raise some points to ponder as part of the solution set, and then I'll conclude. Firstly, she has indicated that there's a lot that is happening within the budget space. I thought it wise that maybe, or prudent, that maybe let's agree on some indisputable facts about defense budget before we continue. Firstly, that defense is competing with other priorities when it comes to the sharing of the slice, which she has already indicated through the government expenditure. It is competing with the socio-economic development portfolios, which include education, social security, crime prevention, health, and so on. It is important to understand that we are not necessarily number one, but we also don't, the department does not want to be number last. Secondly, the deployments are likely to always outstrip the financial resources that the department has at its disposal. So that enjoins the department to reprioritize on a continuous basis. The third indisputable fact is that the sympathy and support for increased budget will always be compromised by a perception of wastages, ineffective leadership, and lack of corporate governance, as evidenced by the persistent qualified audit reports from the AG. Without addressing that, any talk about increased budget will always fall on deaf ears. The next item is that defense budgets across the globe will tend to decline in peacetime, or when the country is not so much involved in some war situation and so on, until some catastrophic event takes place or the threat scenarios change. We have heard what Honorable Xaba said about the change in the threat perception following the transition into the new democracy. Now, South Africa is not the only country that has been experiencing consecutive declines in budget allocation. Most countries have had to go through this. It's only China that has been able to sustain increases of defense spending for over 26 years, consecutive years. Otherwise, most countries have had to deal with the ups and downs of budget. In fact, even the NATO countries have had to be nudged a bit by Trumpism, which sought to get them to spend more, simply because they did not see the necessity of increasing their budgetary allocation while they were enjoying the cover from the Americans. The next aspect is that the defense budget has not been declining in real terms simply because of the COVID. It has been like this even prior to the outbreak of the pandemic. So in other words, budget decline for the Defense Force has been in place for quite a while, as Dr. Taylor has indicated, by a significant margin. I'm trying to move my slide, but nothing is happening.
Dr. Kanyile, if I can maybe suggest, maybe you should just exit the presentation mode and then just go into the presentation mode again, because yeah, it might just be a glitch.
All right, let's try again. Now, Dr. Taylor has highlighted a couple of challenges that need addressing, including the decline in the economic growth and also the increase in debt to GDP ratio. We know that, as she indicated, that with a higher economic performance, then government has got more scope to allocate to the likes of defense and others. But interestingly, our research shows that defense spending is not always necessarily linked to economic growth. And this truism is based on the fact that security is needed, whether it is good times or bad times. When we look at the, for example, a report that came out this week from CIPRI, it shows that despite the contraction, the global contraction of the global GDP by 4.4%, the defense spending, the arrows of the defense spending have been going in an opposite direction by 2.6%, taking the total global spending, defense spending to 2 trillion, including that of sub-Saharan Africa, in which South Africa is located, which experienced a 3.4% increase. So economic growth is important, but it does not follow that with economic growth, there will be higher economic allocation to defense. Neither does the decline of economic growth mean that there will be definitely a decline in the allocation for defense. It's just that economic growth does place the defense spending on a better footing. However, she indicated that the debt to GDP ratio is increasing and getting out of hand. According to the chart that she showed, that at least as at 2020, for every rand that South Africa was getting, 80 cents was going out to service debt. And this number was getting even worse over time, rising at 12-something% in terms of debt service costs. So that means less money available for us. If we look at credit rating, South Africa's credit rating has been getting worse over time, and it's impacting on its ability to raise capital. But this becomes even more accentuated when you look at its impact on defense-related SOEs that rely on state guarantees and so on, like the likes of Denel, and also as it impacts on the total defense value chain. With this credit rating, it becomes difficult even to raise capital for defense research and development, for asset acquisition, and striking strategic partnerships. That cost is very high. Now, with the inability to raise capital, it means, therefore, it becomes difficult to deliver projects on time as may be required by the relevant clients. It is therefore important that we maintain as a country positive credit rating, healthy credit rating, which will therefore impact on the SOEs, in particular, in this case, the SOEs that have to do with, and companies that have to do with defense. As we know, the ability of the defense industry, local defense industry to support the SNDF's capability requirements will always be hampered by a lack of funding. Just things to ponder, which Dr. Teller has already indicated, and Honorable Xaba also mentioned in terms of citing what the Honorable Minister said. South Africa has to decide on whether to reduce its operational deployments in line with declining budget allocation. The disconnect between the number of deployments, the complexity of deployments relative to the budget allocation has to be monitored very closely. South Africa might also have to decide on whether to repurpose its current defense force to focus primarily on safeguarding its borders and performing developmental duties, because all these other responsibilities, especially outside the country, are quite taxing in terms of resources. Internally, within the Defence Force itself, it might have to reconfigure itself in order to retain absolute minimum of core capabilities and capacity with a reduced ambition for power projection outside. Now, interestingly and ironically, all of these will require political will. They can't do it on their own. Operational deployments are all ordered. The repurposing will have to be sanctioned by Parliament and the executive. A reconfiguration will also be linked to the expected ordered operational deployments outside. However, we might have to look internally and see how smarter we can work in terms of the limited resources at the disposal of our Defence Force for bigger impact. Amongst options will be to look at value extraction from our defence immovable assets, and in this case, land.
2 minutes.
The second one will be to consider looking at increased utilization of military reserves as a proportion of total armed forces. When it comes to the issue of land, I thought I must just highlight how South Africa fares compared to other countries in relation to how much land does it have relative to its territorial size. In the case of South Africa, it is less than 0.5%, at 0.34% of territorial size, as it is inherited from its past. There might be a need to do a comprehensive realignment of military bases and do some strategic offloading of land assets for value extraction. The second perspective is to look at whether or not it cannot increase the use of military reserves as a proportion of the total force vis-a-vis regular forces. What other countries are doing, as indicated on the screen, you'll see that many regions are using more than 60% of their total forces, with the exception of sub-Saharan Africa, that is only sitting at 13%. It is 4 times cheaper to use military reserves compared to regulars. They come in with all sorts of skills that are not necessarily resident within the military environment. And in any case, it is part of the one force or total force concept as espoused in the Defence Review. Now, we have to accept the fact that the decline in defence budget is not sustainable at all, because national security is a constitutional imperative. We have to feel safe, and we must make sure that South Africa is safe all the time. Obviously, there has to be something done with regard to the capital acquisition budget, and we can only hope that the upcoming budget vote will show some kind of commitment to reprioritization within, in terms of allocation of resources and utilization, the rejuvenation of the defense personnel and its utilization of military reserves, looking into addressing Auditor General's concerns around corporate governance, and then supporting the industry, because that is the core of sustaining the Defence Force. Thanks a lot, Program Director.
Dr. Ganile, thank you so much for your insightful discussion on Dr. Taylor's presentation. I see we actually received quite a number of extremely interesting questions. I would urge Dr. Taylor and maybe Dr. Ganile as well to, just keep an eye on the chat as well, because some of these questions we will unfortunately not be able to probably address all of them. but let's see how many of them we can address when it gets to the question and answer, so that you just have an idea, because I'm not an economist, but they seem pretty complicated to me, these questions. So yeah, the next person I want to introduce to you, that is our second speaker, Professor Nkwadi from the Nelson Mandela University. He holds a PhD in economics from Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University, and he's a full professor of economics and the director of the School of Economics, Development and Tourism at Nelson Mandela University in Port Elizabeth. So, Kobego, my apologies, they've changed their name. So the professor will be speaking to us on interpreting the trends in the South African defence budget, an economist's perspective. So Professor, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Program Director. Greetings, everyone, all the honorable members, academics, and all the guests that are with us this afternoon. I just want to share my screen, but I see that Dr. Moses' screen presentation is still on.
Dr. Kanyile, can you perhaps, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. On this, just my screen, sorry. Presentation was, I'll call it up now. Thanks. Okay, I hope my presentation is visible to everyone.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Thank you so much. Let me take the opportunity and to thank the University for inviting me to make this presentation, and greetings to everyone. My talk this afternoon is focusing on contextualizing the trends, which Dr. Nina has presented earlier on this afternoon. And in the core of this presentation is a question that's very important. Does military spending improve social welfare? That's an economist's perspective. I say this because economists view a defense force as a public good. Public good meaning that no private citizen out there is willing to fund the military spending. It is a government using taxpayers' money, because defense force is subject to market failure. Market failure means anything that cannot be sold through the market forces, where its price cannot be determined by market forces. So government then intervenes. It is therefore a public good. It is a commodity or service that is provided to all members of society. It has a free rider problem, meaning that everyone has access to it. It does not exclude, that not exclusivity. It doesn't exclude anyone, and it's also non-rivalry, meaning when you consume a particular product or utilize it, it does not mean that the other one cannot access it. We can all access. The defense is here to protect everyone in the country, not just a few or a section of the society, and it's using also taxpayers' money. Therefore, we see the military spending as having a positive externality. A positive externality means a spillover effect. In the core of that means that a budget that's allocated to defense is not an end in itself, but it is a means to an end. Therefore, we look at military expenditure externalities. As I said, externalities means spillover effect. What are the offshoots? What are the other developments that take place as a result of military budget? So we call this an externality, which is an uncompensated impact of one's actions on the well-being of a bystander, meaning that because government directs funds to the military, there are other benefits that are obtained or received by people who are not necessarily in the army. Hence, I said funding or budgeting going towards defense is not an end in itself, but it is a means to an end. When the impact on the bystander is adverse, then the externality is called negative externality, like your pollution and things like that, which means the government must try and punish those that pollute the environment. But those that do something good in the society or in the economy, the government ought to subsidize or put more funds to motivate that, e.g. education. So that we call that externality. Now I give a diagram here, and you see this diagram here. It talks to the private, where the private individual will perhaps be able to pay. Let's say if we have to pay for ourselves as citizens for the defense, we will be requiring at that point. But the society as a whole values military in South Africa at P1, meaning that if we do not play a role in terms of the government funding the military, then obviously then the society will experience what we call a welfare loss, which is what we see there. So we cover that welfare loss by the budget that goes towards military to cover that welfare loss. So I took the data and then I looked at the trends over the period of time. Took the data from way back as 1971. And then in this presentation, I'm looking at GDP per capita, because GDP per capita is a measure that looks at the economic welfare of the people that are living in that country. Now, you look at in this diagram here, the first one on top, you'll see that even negative values of military expenditure. That is, if you decline the budget in the military, you have a declining economic welfare of the people. So you are eating into the welfare of the people, you're reducing it. But you still get the positive values here. You see that the welfare is also improved, meaning that the public money, taxpayers' money that is funded towards military results in that positive effect on the economic welfare of the citizens of South Africa. Looking at the ordinarily squares model, you can see again a very straight line, which shows that there is a positive relationship. But what I wanted to check is 1977 up there, when the budget was a bit higher, you can see that there's a high level of economic welfare. But look at 2009 and 2019, where there's a budget is declining, you also reduce the welfare and GDP per capita of the citizens of the country. If you look at this one, I look at what is the impact of military spending in the labor markets. Dr. Nina had just shown it earlier on, and I looked at from 1980s right up to 2019, you see a negative relationship, meaning that when military expenditure is high, you then obviously reduce unemployment at a macro level, right? But if you reduce a military expenditure, you can have high level of unemployment at a macro level. This is also shown here by this other model on the right. You can see at the negative values of military spending, you can see the rise in unemployment up to a point. But as you intensify your budget, you then decline unemployment at a macro level in the country. It is that spillover effect that I was talking about. It has an impact in our labor market in South Africa. In the rule of law, we use that as a stability in the country, stability in the region. Very important, because if you have a stable environment, it does attract investment into your region. You can see again, there's a positive relationship here, but you see at the bottom of 2019, where budgets are reduced, then obviously it does compromise your stability to a certain extent. But as you intensify your military spending, obviously the region also become more stable. However, what I want to show you is this model here. You see in this model that at the negative figures of military spending, you can see here there's an upward trend of the rule of law, which is stability. And then, of course, it comes down from that point. You can see a kind of compromise of the stability, even though the figures of the military spending are positive. What does this mean? It means that when it comes to stability and rule of law, there are other agents over and above the defense that must see to it that our region is stable. But military spending plays an important role. Then I look at military expenditure and industry, that is private industry investment. Private industry investment. I see a positive relationship here that as you intensify your budget towards military spending, you also are able to intensify private spending in industry. But now 2019, you can see at the lowest budget what happens to the industry? You're also compromising that welfare there, the development of industry, which in turn are the one that are employing the people. So it has a negative effect if you compromise that budget. Now you see this model at the bottom here, you can see again that as you move towards the positive figures of your budget in the military spending, you can see a growth here of the private investment towards industry. So we can say military expenditure is a stimulus towards industrialization in South Africa. There are other social benefits derived from defense force over and above just protection at the borders and so forth. Rescue operation, we see the army there. Medical assistance, we see the army there. Food, humanitarian relief, policing in volatile areas, national disaster, law enforcement. So these are other social benefits that are actually derived from military expenditure. And this, of course, summarizes the previous slide where we say that we see involvement of military forces in development activities. We see them in participating in development work, which we can justify on economic grounds. We also see that it contributes towards stability in South Africa, and also it enhances growth through the stable region. So in other words, military spending enhances economic growth, not directly, but through ensuring the stability. That stability builds confidence in the investors, and they pump in their money in the country. That's what this study is showing us. And of course, regional stability is a determinant of economic growth. There are various studies that's been done here. I'm not going to go into them, but the struggle for better life in South Africa is intertwined with the pursuit of a better Africa in a better world. So regional and continental integration is a foundation for Africa's socio-economic development and political unity, and is essential for South Africa prosperity and security, more so that we are talking this Africa continental free trade agreement, which we need to ensure that Africa as a whole is a stable continent to facilitate trade. Now, these are just studies that I'm referring to, and of course, I guess the presentation is available. People can search and check these scholars that has done some work in conceptualizing the externality, what I'm talking about, this spillover effect of the army towards the society, work by Hugh Wang, that means 1991, look at neoclassical economics, and of course, they look at the defense growth relationship. Does military spending lead to growth, or does growth lead to military spending? So you can look at that literature. And regional stability, I've mentioned again that it's very important for the obvious reasons that you are able to trade and grow your economy. Then, of course, there's a whole debate about growth and defense force. Does defense force budget lead to growth, or does growth lead to increased budget for defense? So these are studies. You can look at all the studies that I've put in here, Mainz 1990, and all these authors investigated direct and short-term effects of defense expenditure on economic growth. However, also you look at this whole debate on growth vis-a-vis defense. The results here we can all look at this literature as well. This whole literature, there's a lot of studies being done looking at growth and military expenditure. However, what is found at the moment is inconclusive results. Other studies are saying military spending has got a positive effect on growth. Others are saying it has a negative effect. So you can see here spending leads to slower economic growth. And of course, some say military spending has a negative impact on economic growth. There are those that says it has a positive economic impact on economic growth. So results are inconclusive, meaning that the debate must continue until we find the truths in these things. So all these articles here, they are debating the whole issue of the growth and vis-a-vis the military spending. And of course, I decided in this particular study not to look at growth per se directly, but to look at economic welfare, which is GDP per capita, because it is not a misnomer as such, not a nice word to use. However, if you only look at GDP can be misleading in that if you say you've got 10% growth in the country, it doesn't mean that 10% is divided equitably across the nation. You can see maybe most part of that money, 8% could be remaining with the very rich, you know. So hence I look at economic welfare, GDP per capita, how well the people are in that economy. So these are the studies that's been done in that. You look at Bethany, HERA, and of course, you look at expenditure and economic development, which is, you know, the welfare effects of military spending. Of course, there's other studies as well, you know, doing, and of course, you look at economic effects of military spending in developing countries. So these guys are looking at what is the impact on economic development rather than economic growth, which is GDP per capita, right? So the study then that I'm using here, that I did here, is based, of course, on the work of Klein, and it's based on the work of Duen, and all these guys that look at economic development vis-a-vis military spending. And I use my estimation technique is called vector autoregressive model. I'm not going to go into that. And of course, error correction that looks at the long run relationship between development and military spending. And quickly to my results, the results show that in the long run, military spending has a positive effect and significant statistically effect on what? On economic welfare of South Africa. That's what these results showing us, amongst other variables that I've used as control variables in the model. And I also look at the short run. What impact does military spending have in the short run? It says in the short run, it's negative. Obviously, when you invest, if I put money in the bank today, I can't expect to get interest tomorrow. It stays for some time. Then, as during the duration of time, I will get the benefits. So in a short run, it's negative. Then in a long run, it's positive. So this graph just shows again that, you know, over the period of say 5 years, they start becoming positive, you know. So there's a lag, you know, there's a lag before the military spending kicks in towards a positive impact in the economy, as the results are showing here in a long and a short run effects. Right now, if I just want to quickly, you know, put into context the whole study, the results are in a nutshell show that military expenditure has a positive relationship with economic welfare. Military expenditure has a negative relationship with unemployment. In other words, it reduces unemployment, right, as it increase. The military expenditure has a positive relationship with the rule of law, meaning stability. And also military expenditure has a positive relationship with private investment in industry. In other words, it builds the confidence that we need for the investors out there. And as you conclude as well, military spending is one area where there's no private solution. No single corporation or group of citizens is motivated and trustworthy enough to take the financial responsibility for maintaining the nation's military. Every rand spent on defense is a rand not spent on other public services. So there's an opportunity cost. What is that we need to give up in order to put this money into defense? I guess that's things that we need to put our heads around. On the other hand, rand spent on military wind up in the private sector as payment for goods and services. It is in this regard that I say that there's a positive externality, there's a positive impact on the money that flows towards defense. The results of the study show that military budget has an opportunity cost. However, the benefits of military spending accrue to both meaning the military itself as well as the society. We all gain at the end of the day. That is the reason why military spending is increasing in many other countries, the US, and of course, the China. We've heard earlier on as well, that was mentioned, China, Russia, and so forth, that it's because simply look at what are the spin-offs from this budget. The government is acting on behalf of the public to ensure that military is capable of defending the nation. In practice, defending the nation expands to defending the nation's strategic interest. The whole concept, therefore, of sufficient versus insufficient, it's up for debate. It's for debate. What is sufficient? How much is sufficient? Adam Smith, a father of free market economics, he identifies defense of society as one of the primary functions of government and a justification for reasonable taxation. So, I mean, Adam Smith was a free market economist, you know, who believed in military spending, that it does create an environment that is conducive to lead to further growth in the economy. So that concludes my presentation, Program Director. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Professor. It is, I must say, it is an amazing afternoon. If I don't have to be a timekeeper as well, seems like the speakers really want to answer some questions today. So I want to hand over now to Professor van Nieuwkerk. It's really good to hear from you again, Professor. He's an associate professor from the University of Johannesburg, also an expert in his field, and he will be discussant number 2, and he will be discussing the presentation that we have just listened to. Thanks, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Nel. I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes, yeah, you are visible and audible. Thanks, sir.
Thank you for the invitation and greetings to the many colleagues on the webinar. It's good to see old friends and colleagues. I'll be slightly different in maybe 2 ways. The first one is that perhaps the difference between academics from the universities of the South and the North is that in the North we are not married to PowerPoint presentations. And so I'll be talking a little bit. And I want to do something else too. I've realized in the course of the webinar that I agree with the key inputs from our economists, and I don't disagree fundamentally with what they have to say. But I want to say my overall conclusion is we've been managing more or less with what we have in the past couple of years, but the fault lines are appearing and deepening, the cracks are widening, and with the COVID pandemic, I think we no longer have this luxury, and I want to suggest to the audience that it's perhaps now time to fundamentally rethink the way that we employ the Defence Force and the security sector more broadly to protect what we have and enhance what we need. So let me start by making 3 or 4 quick points. The first one, I've been asked to be a discussant on Professor Nwadi's paper, and I received it beforehand, so I looked up a couple of references and also read a bit wider. And indeed, it seems to me that there's no consensus. He calls it inconclusive. There's no consensus whether military spending is beneficial or detrimental to economic growth. And indeed, I looked at a study from the University of Surrey in 2010, and for a group of OECD countries, across 32 empirical studies, there's a positive relationship or effect between military expenditure and economic growth. But I also looked at another study that examined the situation in 35 non-OECD countries, the global South, if you want. And the empirical evidence there is slightly different. There is a clear negative effect of military spending on economic growth. And in fact, one of the conclusions of this paper by Mohammed Azam, produced in 2020, so it's just recently, is that Mohammed points out that in insecure regions, countries deliberately allocate an uneven share of their meager resources, economic resources, to unproductive military expenditure. So the picture, if you deconstruct the relationship a little bit, looks very different from the perspective of a developing country versus developed. And so this brings me to the third point, which is our context. And I might be slightly more political in my view here. And let me explain. I believe that we are grappling with consolidating our transition to democracy. It's a difficult journey. And we need a professional security sector to protect our interests and secure our people. We now know that this sector is compromised, either by corruption or political abuse or neglect or weak oversight of its performance. And as we face an increasingly turbulent region and continent, this sector is on the back foot, if not the country itself. And I can make a quick reference to the crisis unfolding in Cabo Delgado in Mozambique, the call for a regional intervention, and the expectation of South Africa playing a leading role. But that's our neighbor, or that's our neighboring, that's our region, our environment. I do not have to point out to our audience that if we come closer to home, perhaps one of the biggest national security threats relate to poverty and inequality. And I looked at the Stats SA numbers of last year, and I don't have to remind you, crime, murder, hijacking, theft, economic crimes, corruption is unprecedented and rising. So instability and insecurity is something that demands the attention of government and the security sector. So we need to turn our security sector around. And as a country, we need to advance our national and our foreign and security interests on the basis of a coherent and integrated set of policy frameworks and strategies. Professionals with strategic foresight must be appointed and developed. We need them to anticipate contemporary and emerging over the horizon threats and opportunities facing us as a nation, and they need to advise our decision makers accordingly. Our government has failed to do so properly in the past. And in my view, by establishing a national security policy and a strategy based on a firm understanding of the national interest, lost ground will be recovered. The work that lies ahead, in my view, is to advance a common understanding of the national interest. So what I'm asking for is for us to develop and agree to a national interest doctrine, if you want. And if we can get our ducks in a row and refresh and review and update or upgrade our National Development Plan, our NDP, then that can constitute an expression of our national interest. If that is in place, we can then say, what should our national security approach look like? And if we can do that, we can then work out what is the role of defense, intelligence, policing, law and order, justice, home affairs, foreign affairs. What then emerges is a coherent and integrated picture of how we can make the best use of our dwindling resources under conditions of crisis, but also hopefully regeneration, to tackle the real national security threats and opportunities facing us as a nation. There's no doubt that the current trajectory and the budget for the security sector, but the Defence Force in particular, is unsustainable. And I think the time has arrived, and we've been forced by the COVID crisis to look this issue straight and directly in the eye, and to develop this. Maybe this is a good start, this webinar, but to develop a broader set of conversations about how we can properly restructure to face what lies ahead in the immediate future. Let me conclude my comments here, and I look forward to the conversation.
Professor, thank you so much. A different perspective. So I think, we have extra time now for questions. There's quite a number of questions that were raised in the chat. We will see to how many of them we can actually address. And I think I want to go back to the first questions that was actually posed to Dr. Taylor. And Dr. Taylor, if you can then just take the questions, I will read the question, and then I don't know what your preference is, whether you want me to maybe give you 2 or 3 questions and then answer them, or do you want to get the one question and answer and then the next question? How do you want to do this?
We can do it question by question.
Okay. We'll do so. So, okay, I'm going to switch my video off. So the first question to Dr. Taylor is, it reads that, in your view, which one must be the stronger first between the South African economy, the South African Defence Force? Can an economy grow with a weak defence force, taking into consideration countries like China, US, Russia, and the likes?
My answer to that would be that there needs to be a decision in terms of, or we need to think about, what is what you would call a standing army. What do we need in terms of the defence force and our defence capabilities in our current and future times, seeing it forward? So we're not saying that because you always have a standing army, whether you've got growth or you don't have growth. But what we're trying to say in terms on an economic perspective is that your military power or your strength or your capability, and in terms of your actual growth, that the two could be actually very different. But what needs to be overall, the decision needs to be, what do we need in terms of our military capability? What do we need in terms of our standing army? Because that would then see how you would allocate your budget within. So if you're given a certain budget, then what do we need in order to have the standing army or an armed forces in terms of the future? So in terms of growth, what I'm trying to say rather is that your growth will then give you revenue towards, more allocated towards your defense. So it's not literally that you need one or the other, but rather that the two are almost together, but the decision needs to be in terms of, what do we need of a standing army? At the same time, we also need to look at the other conditions within the economy. So that's my answer.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. So next question for you. I'm going to give you another question, and then I'm going to move on to the professor, just to give you a little bit of a break. As you talk about the Defence Force budget that has decreased in recent years, what would your answer be to the argument that is often heard that the defence budget is not too small, but that the SANDF actually needs to use its allocated funds in a proper way, i.e. implementing the right sizing of the force, reducing the tooth-to-tail ratios, basically implementing the defence review?
I think that, as I said before, and I think this goes into the previous question, is that decision has to be made in terms of, what is an optimal armed force? What is necessary? What do we need? And that optimality would be not just in times when it's peaceful, but also in terms of if there is a recession, if there is potential conflict. And potential conflict we can also see in terms of certain indicators. So that is what I would say in terms of the allocation within. But I think that one has to be careful to say that it's too small. Rather, the decision has to come in terms of actual capability. What do we want the armed forces to be in terms of the future?
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Taylor. You can take a few minutes break
Okay.
before I return to you with another question or so. I have the next question for Professor Ngwadi. So this is a question posed by Professor Mandrup, and it's a question on the private sector involvement in the defense area. What are the experiences from other places in Africa, like Mozambique, EEZ project, Namibia, and he mentions here that maybe Tanzania shows the pitfalls of such partnerships, maybe also in South Africa with Denel, or is this the wrong reading? So it's a comment with a question.
Thanks for the question. Yeah, I'm not too sure directly as to in other countries, the private sector involvement with the army. But as you've seen in that presentation I've made, that the investment flowing towards the defense force and of course actual military spending does give a stimulus to the private sector investment in what's the name in the economy. Because the thing is that I'm of the view that it's a fallacy to think government can grow the economy. Government cannot grow the economy. No, the government needs agents to do that. And it does that via the private sector. It is the private sector that's driven by profits. Government doesn't generate any profits. So how can you grow the economy? You can't even generate profits. I mean, so therefore, the private sector involvement is very much important, but the role of the government is to create an environment that's conducive for the private sector involvement in the economy in a larger scale. So that's my response, that the importance of private sector can never be overemphasized when it comes to it being involved in the military issues.
Okay, thanks, Professor. I have a further question for you. If military expenditure is required and may even be beneficial, what is the double bind that must be resolved by government?
The double?
The double bind that must be resolved by government.
Maybe the term bind, I'm not sure what that means. What that be? The double
bind. If I can maybe ask the
please,
the participant, Mr. Gonzalez, that you had this particular question. Do you maybe want to ask the question?
So, in order to increase the spending, we must let go of something. It pertains to my earlier question that we face degrowth scenarios, but yet there was a previous comment that we need growth. So there's this contradiction that we need to reconcile. And how do we, so these things are interrelated, and how do we unwind them? That's the double bind. There's some contradiction that needs to be resolved.
Okay, now I understand. Because of the opportunity cost as to weighing the priorities, what is, where should the government focus and spend more? For example, we find that most of our budget goes towards education, which is a good thing because we invest in human capital so that we can have a productive workforce to grow the economy. However, you cannot then also compromise your security. Most of the money goes to education, then it goes to health. Those are important for growth in the economy. You have to have educated labor force and healthy labor force as well. However, all that, in order for it to work in a way that is progressive, you need to have an environment which is stable. And the army then can do that, the military can do that. So the spending, it has to talk to the needs. It should be cost-driven. What are the costs of running the army efficiently? So the cost drive to me will be the one that should be looked at, as to you cannot be able to run a particular entity if you are, your money that you get is below the cost of running that entity. So we have to look at what are the costs, and then the budget should respond to that without necessarily compromising the other priorities that should be attended to in the country.
Okay, thanks, Professor. I see that Dr. Taylor has her hand up. You are welcome to join the conversation, Doctor.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to add to what we're saying, and that is that there isn't one factor which is going to assist or make things stable. It's actually a number of different factors. So you can't just increase investment or increase education and then you'll have a stable economy. There are a number of different things. So that's where it becomes almost a juggling act in terms of the public finance and in terms of how each of these things are allocated. But as I've been trying to say before, in terms of how do you increase the capability or the importance of the Defence Force will depend entirely. And I think that this is maybe what one has to look at in terms of the future, as in what should our key capability be? We know that the functions are to peacekeeping and to protect the territory, but what is that key capability of the armed force? And I think that would be a separate thing within the defense budget.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Taylor. While you are on the line, Mr. Gonzalez, you also had a question for Dr. Taylor, and I think you referred back to that question when you asked your question to the professor. Maybe this is now the opportune time to raise that question if it hasn't been answered yet.
Sorry, let me just go back to the question here.
I can read it for you if you want.
Yes, please do. You're welcome.
Sure. So it seems that implications of Dr. Taylor's presentation are that the defence budget increase is predicated on a growth scenario. Yet we face degrowth scenarios, COVID being only one reason for possibly the next 10 years. Dealing with climate change may require degrowth. How do we reconcile this?
I think that what I'm trying to say in terms of growth itself is that growth is a way in which you can make your economy stable. And of course, one needs higher growth, and there's different factors that will cause and lead to growth. But whether you have a growth path or a path in which you don't have growth, you still need all of your different public sectors. You still need your armed forces. You still need your hospitals and education and so on. So I think that what we're trying to say in terms of from an economic perspective is that we can't just look at the armed forces and the budget and say, how do we do things better? We also need to look at it in terms of the economy as a whole, because if, say, for example, you gain growth, then you gain revenue, then that will then also help us to achieve what we need in terms of the actual, what you'd call your core capabilities. But in terms of growth and degrowth, or no growth at all, I think that we also have to be very careful in terms of times in which you go into a recession, because that in itself can actually cause what you'd call an unstable peace. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Taylor. I would now like to maybe direct a question to Dr. Kanyile, if you don't mind. One of the questions raised here was, Dr. Kanyile, is there an indicative figure for the value of immovable assets that can sweat it for additional funding for the SANDF and its operations? Are future funding requirements aligned to the Defence Review implementation plan? And what has been the impact of the budget decline on the DR implementation? What kind of funding requirements are we looking at in order to at least arrest the decline of the SANDF capability? And can this be addressed through the sweating of assets? It's a mouthful.
That's correct, Program Director. We need the whole month just to discuss the last three questions that are embedded in that question.
We have 18 minutes.
Look, the requirements for the Defence Review are huge, which is why it was meant to be staggered over a period of time, 20 years. Now, starting with the arrest the decline, and we are, as we speak today, battling just to deal with that part. So as things stand, it's very difficult under the prevailing circumstances in terms of budget to address what the Defence Review sought to achieve. On the sorting of assets, we don't have a specific figure. What I highlighted here was just one aspect of defense assets. As you know, you could have there are movable and immovable assets. There are tangible and intangible assets, meaning IP, intellectual property. I just thought, let me highlight one dimension of immovable assets, which could be of interest to the Defence Force and also the broader society in terms of value extraction. We don't have a figure, but and the numbers that are bandied about range from 3 billion and higher. Whether or not those will be available on a consistent annual basis, or those are once-off and then once-off transactions, that is not clear at the moment. It can only become clearer when the Defence Force does a total audit of its land assets, evaluation of land assets, and then you'll get a better figure. Whether it will be able to take care of Defence Forces requirements in future, that is not clear, but it will make a big difference, because Dr. Taylor has indicated that there is competition for resources. In the absence of economic growth, if the pie does not get bigger, we'll have crumbs to share, which means the Defence Force will have very little to do what it wants to do. And in most cases, as it is already happening now, the first casualty is the capital side of things. The second casualty is the operational efficiency of soldiers in the field, which means soldiers then will start getting poorer equipment, poorer logistical support, which will have detrimental results in terms of bodies that come back home, something that we don't like. So we don't have the number, but we have indicative numbers that show that it is positive. So the Defence Force can benefit from this only if it goes into a structured process to evaluate its land assets. Thanks, Program Director.
Thank you, Dr. Kanyile. Professor van Niekerk, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I did. Can I make a comment on the direction of the conversation?
Please.
Yeah. So I'm reading the very lively chat box and also the comments that people make, and we can be technical about stuff, but I want to suggest that that this is the conundrum that we face. In the context of no growth or degrowth, recession, growing debt, etc., how do we meet our constitutional obligation? And allow me just to read that part, clause 200 of the Constitution again, Michelle. The primary object of the Defence Force is to defend and protect the Republic, its territorial integrity, and its people. That's a double bind. In the context of less and less valuable resources and the need to distribute elsewhere, how do you then meet this obligation? And I think, are we able or is it responsible to proceed with incremental adjustments as we have been doing, recognizing all the shortcomings and problems? Or is it time for innovative and creative thinking and thinking out of the box? And taking a step forward in that regard. And I must say that Francois Frey just reminded us to read one of the preparatory papers by one of the colleagues at Stellenbosch. I forgot his name, Mostert.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, where he talks about, strategic foresight, what lies over the horizon, and how to prepare, how to develop fast enough decision-making processes and procedures to meet the threats that are coming our way. That for me, and meet our constitutional obligation. And I want to say again, we need to think in an integrated fashion. We need to think of the security sector and how it can defend our national interests and our people.
Thanks, Professor. Professor Ngwadi, you also have your hand up, sir.
Thank you so much, Program Director. I want to comment on this debate of growth vis-a-vis defense budget. It's a similar debate that sometimes takes place of export-led growth. Do you need to increase the exports to grow the economy, or grow the economy in order to raise your exports? The thing is, what is important is raising revenue, because the state budget depends on how much revenue we've made in that year. How much do we have in the kitty? So we divide. So you can't divide from a decreasing revenue of the state. So how do we maximize that revenue? We have to look at certain elements, right? We have a consumption, right? We grow the consumption. We need mainly to pull investors in. That's a main element of growth. Pulling investors in. We've seen the president going around, lobbying investments. But those investors are saying, do we have security there? Am I saving money there? COVID-19 has shown us that the tourism sector was hard hit by COVID-19. But one of the things that the tourists are looking for is security. How much crime do you have in that country? So that's why I say that one cannot compromise these budgets, because we need to look at what determines this growth, and security is one of them, especially when it comes to issues of tourism. Thanks, Program Director.
Thank you, Professor. It seems like we've touched a nerve somewhere, because this chat box has just lit up. So I think in line with this discussion, the question posed by Graham Walker is that in terms of and this is not directed at anyone specific, but any of the presenters or discussants, you are welcome to answer this. But in terms of the closure of the special defense account and the subsequent zero funding of registered acquisition projects, with exception of a few projects, this closure has a direct impact on accelerating the decline of defense capabilities. How does one justify this in line with the defense review milestone of arresting the decline, in that we still find ourselves in this first stage since the implementation of the defense review in 2015? So who wants to answer that one? And suddenly it's quiet.
I can give an input, Program Director.
Thanks, Dr. Kennedy.
Most defense forces around the world have got these special accounts to cater for special requirements of defense forces, simply because defense transactions are multi-year, defense acquisition are multi-year, and they require a certain way of cushioning and also delivering them over a period. In South Africa, we have a special account for intelligence services because of the unique nature of the intelligence service environment. Why you have these special accounts in place is to make sure that the country's law enforcement agencies do not have to give back the money so it can roll over to the following year. All right. And also that because of the sensitivity of projects that they deal with, there is a certain level of confidentiality that goes with that. Now, with the depletion of the defense special defense account, my understanding, which concede might be wrong, is that there is a perception within the Treasury environment that sees the special defense account as a slush fund for the defense force. So as a place where it hides money that it can use and access in order to buy certain things that it requires outside of the normal budget environment. Now, so the first task for all of us is to work on that perception and reverse it. If it is true, something needs to be done there. Secondly, if you don't have a special defense account, it means you are not going to have capital acquisition of any note. That is a problem. So that means that the defense industry will go down with the defense force in terms of its ability to acquire new equipment and to maintain existing equipment, and also to conduct research and development. So that has got serious national strategic impact. Lastly, the depletion of the special defense account in terms of how much has been allocated there is that we don't know whether it is going to is it going to be emptied? Is the idea to keep to make sure that it is empty to the last zero and then get it replenished with new projects such that the perception of it being a slush fund, everybody knows what is in there and how it is being used with new rules. So that is the dilemma. My view is that there must be new rules being introduced in order to have a see-through in terms of how the funds are being used, how much is in there, and to put in place certain safeguards for the movement of funds in there, rather than to close it down because of the potential impact it will have in the country. The impact will be disastrous. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Dr. Kanyile.
I'd like to raise a hand just to quickly add to what Professor Kanyile has just said.
Sure.
Can I do so? Thanks. I think I agree with him that we need this special defense account for the purposes or for the reasons that he has just advanced. I mean, right now, if you look at how much, I mean, we have four frigates. To repair one, you need about 700 million rand, and about 3 submarines, yes. And to repair one, you need about 400 million rand. Already, we have 3 out of 4 frigates that urgently require urgent complete refits, what you call repairs, and we have 2 out of 3 submarines that require overhaul or refit. Now, so that's a multi-year project. As you know, government works on a year-to-year type of funding. The money you don't spend this year, you must surrender it back to Treasury. So it will be difficult for the industry, the defense industry, to plan if they don't know how much that account will have in the new year. Right now, with the budget, with the money allocated to the fund, they know you can commit right upfront for a 3-year, 4-year, or 5-year project. But with a year-on-year thing, Treasury may come back and say, well, due to under financial pressures, we are cutting the budget. In other words, we are reducing your baseline, and what we promised you, you are not going to get this year, and so on and so forth. And that will create upheaval in the defense industry. So it's crucial that we have this money allocated. Failing that, the committee requested that at least let's have money ring-fenced. If the issue they're concerned about lack of transparency, they're concerned about other issues of irregularities or fraud that may be attended thereto, but we said ring-fence the money so that the money is known right upfront that it's allocated for this particular purpose. But that invitation has been declined, but we'll continue to pursue Treasury up until they agree that indeed we've got to have this money either in the defense accounts or ring-fenced for named projects. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. But before you go, I see there's one or two questions that were actually also specifically aimed at you. We have about another maybe 5 minutes at most left. I just want to maybe one of the questions there, which I think was raised a little bit earlier this afternoon, is what is the political thinking when it comes to Defence Force and the outlook of the kind of defence industry envisaged for the country in the next 10 years and beyond? And then taking into account that should we be in a war situation as a country or have the terrorists being operational internally, we may not have the luxury of time to procure or acquire the necessary defence material needed to safeguard our borders and citizens. Is there a specific reason that we are not preparing for war in this time of peace? I don't know if that's a fair question to ask, but if you can maybe try and answer that one for us, please.
Yes, no, thanks. In fact, worldwide, that's what governments do. During the times of peace, they prepare for war. And in other words, they ensure that they service their military, they buy the necessary equipment, service it, so that when that time comes, at least they are ready. Right now, we have the problems developing north of us. And with the challenges that we have spoken about, and you can see how difficult the mission is going to be, if we were to intervene. Thanks to the policy position of our country, that if we were to be asked, we would not go there alone. In actual fact, we would decline an invitation that comes directly to South Africa. Rather, it must go to the SADC, and the SADC must intervene as SADC, decide which countries will contribute into the military that will intervene in the country. Now, but the issue he raised is like insurance. You pay insurance, and in the hope, thinking that something might happen in the future. If it doesn't happen, yes, you may think you have lost the money, but if it happens, at least you have your life insured or your asset insured. So the Defence Force is our assets, and we need to pour money now, and in the same way as we do with any other insurance policy that we take. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. We are pretty much out of time, but I just want to maybe just the absolute last question, and we are really, we are very disappointed that we could not ask all the questions that were raised today. But I think maybe fitting in terms of what we have discussed today, and Dr. Mostert's article that was provided for reading going into this whole discussion today. The question raised here is in line with Dr. Mostert's script and comments. Could any one of the discussants or probably presenters describe the Defence Force of the future and thereby the threats of the future to be able to inform a future allocation growth? I think that's just the last question that I'm throwing out there to anybody who wants to pick that one up.
Dr. Nel, it's Antoni. Can I have a quick response?
Anytime, please.
Yeah. So on the one hand, I'm saying let's think of structuring an ongoing conversation around this very important question. On the other hand, in preparing for the webinar, I dug up a 10-year-old document called Future South African Army Strategy. It was a set of 4 scenarios that was developed in 2010. And the 2 key uncertainties, or the 2 key issues the scenarios dealt with, were effective regional cooperation and effective threat management. And there are, a range of outcomes. The positive one is that we understand the future, or we can anticipate the future, and we work together to manage the threats and the opportunities. And the negative is all of us in the region, the 16 member states of SADC, we go it alone, and we rely on outsiders to help us, and the regional integration project falls apart. And with it comes a whole lot of problems. So I think there's a lot of scope to revisit some of these scenarios and to follow up with this particular webinar.
Thanks, Professor. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. I think this was a very lively and an extremely interesting discussion. And I see the suggestions for future webinars as well. And I think between SIGLA and CMS, we will definitely be considering this and taking this forward. So, but I would really like to invite my Dean, Professor Seshla from the Faculty of Military Science, who is also the Acting Director of SIGLA, to please do the closing for us, sir, if you're available. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm available. I'll just switch on the camera. I just wanted to show that I'm still alive so that you see who's speaking behind the mic. Excellencies, distinguished guests, our colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and thank you for the lively debate that we had today. This is basically an effort from the faculty as a whole to actually bring about that gap that is perceived to exist between members of academia, defense-related industries, and government, so that we can talk as a collective on these issues that is basically currently a burning issue, especially when coming to the issue of budget now. Every country is battling in this regard. Again, let me thank the Honorable Mr. Xaba, who I would actually say is the patron for this webinar. Despite his busy schedule, he made time to be with us today, and I think to you, Honorable Member, and the members of the committee, please thank you very much for your attendance, and I think again we will definitely count on your support into the future. My fellow colleagues in academia, Professor Ncwadi and Professor van Niekerk, colleagues, thank you very much for your contribution to the webinar. I think it was clear that based on your presentations that really we take this as a collective, we need to take collective responsibility in this regard. Again, like the chairperson has already pointed out, the issue of the brief by Dr. Monet Mostert with regards to the future budgets. Let's look at the research as to how best can we shape up the future in relation to the budget in particular. He basically saying that we must run away from the old story that we deal with increase by 10% and therefore everything will fall in place. It's clear that now we are all battling. We need to find a way and new means in which we are going to definitely look into the defense budget as a whole. Within the in-house members of staff within the military academy, the academic staff, in particular also the director for the Center for Military Studies, Dr. Kanyile, and then Professor Frey, as well as Dr. Taylor. Thank you very much for your contribution, colleagues, in this regard. I think it's highly commendable that we can actually, as a collective, come to this point. And again, the organizing committee, both from Parliament and also from the faculty, thank you very much for putting together this webinar. It's much appreciated, and I think myself as the dean, it's always nice to see us coming to this point where we are concluding a project of this nature. And to the rest of the colleagues, to each and every one of you who attended, thank you very much for your attendance. And again, in the future, we'll definitely count on you in relation to topics of this nature. And we thank you as a faculty for your support. And the rest of the colleagues, if I didn't mention you by name, let me further say thank you to your contribution as well. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let me stop there and back to you, the chairperson.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you for your time as well. Colleagues, yes, this is the conclusion of this very interesting webinar that we had this afternoon. I just want to maybe draw your attention to what Professor Frey has put in the chat there, that the uploads from this webinar will be available at conferences and workshops on the SIGLA website. So please visit that, download the documents and go and read, and we will continue this conversation and discussion in future. But enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and we will speak again. Thank you, colleagues.
Thanks a lot, Program Director.